So, wait, what do I say? Great White Beast. So still gotta deal with the bandits. There's one here, there's one there. I'll get to this one. So, today, nothing much happened again. I mean, nothing much that I'd like to talk about, at least, yeah. Apparently Destiny made a new response video. I watched the video, the whole video. Yeah, it's convincing. I think he's, you know, kind of like a weird situation, but it's not like he's not like a very stupid, very evil person or anything like that. Although President Sunday definitely is fucking evil, because holy shit, that motherfucker talks. He literally talks like he's some kind of evil mastermind. Asswipe. Not that anybody who watches the stream probably cares, but yeah. About that stupid drama. Yeah, this is kind of boring. I need to like I can like deal significant damage to white mobs, but the rare ones, the unique ones, it's like a whole other thing. Shaki is currently fighting with a toy, my bird, my cockatiel. Australian dingus. Hmm? Is the fight over, Shakir? Are you done? Gawk. Gawk. I'm done. I'm bored. Okay, I'm at the right spot, I think. To deal with the bandits quest is kind of important. I mean, I guess it is a main quest, isn't it? Yeah, it is a main quest. It's not optional. And besides, most optional quests are also pretty important because they give skill books and stuff. Okay. This is nice. There's no sound in the game. Like, literally nothing. Oh, that's because, right, the device is different. Shit. This one, yeah. There we go. So, yeah, I've been watching Mr. Robot, the TV show. It's a very good show. I really like the song, the soundtrack. The original soundtrack is fucking great. Mac Quayle, I think, wrote the original soundtrack. It's pretty good. He also wrote the soundtrack for Last of Us 2, apparently. That's the only one I could remember. I feel like I should do significantly more damage, but I'm not. I like this build though. Not this build, I mean the build I'm gonna go for. I like melee. Like I've been playing spell skills too much. It's a good change of pace, I guess. Alira is here. Wait, which one is Alira? It's the elemental resist one. I think I can get the elemental resist, yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, she is the elemental resist one, I think. Right. Yeah, I'll help you. Gotta kill Creighton and that's it. Yeah, like I'm gonna go with the elemental resist for now, okay? People say skill books are usually the better one, but and also sick. Yeah, I forgot to tell you that. I got sick. But not too sick. Let's just watch some videos, yeah. So there's a new Legal Eagle video about the whole Doge thing. Fucking asshole, Elon. Elon is just some like, repulsive fucking creature. Never gets crushed one day.
What is Doge?
As in, literally get crushed. So wait a second, the sound device is wrong here. Is it? I don't know. Oh shit, it is. I don't know why.
What is Doge? I keep asking myself that question, and with every thread I pull, things just unravel more. It's an advisory committee. No, it's a White House office. No, it's a department. No, not that one, the other one. Do you know what Doge is? Because I sure don't. But Doge sure seems to have a lot of power these days. Like a really, really suspicious amount of power. But it's cool, it's run by the richest person in the world. I'm sure he will understand the common man and will use his immense, unchecked power for good. Now, when millions of people voted for Donald Trump, they probably did not envision a situation where a few guys from Silicon Valley would storm through federal agencies tearing them down. Although, a few of them obviously did imagine that. But here we are. America is in the grip of a soft coup effectuated by a government agency named after a meme coin, led by the world's richest man who's so sensitive about his feelings, he pays others to play video games for him to make it look like he knows what he's doing. Yeah, it kind of sounds bad when you say it like that. But the Department of Government Efficiency, known as Doge, is...
That controversy was fucking great. Like, motherfuckers pretending to play an ARPG. Like, and he sucks at it too. Path of Exile too, by the way. Which, you know, I'm pretty good at, so.
chewing through the federal government.
I think I'll play Path of Exile 2 as well. Yeah.
Changing code, controlling trillions of dollars, accessing sensitive information about taxpayers, veterans, and federal workers, illegally freezing spending, closing agencies like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and claiming to have shuttered the Department of Education, while also accusing groups like Lutheran Family Services and USAID of being criminals. Although President Musk's first 3 weeks in office have been chaotic, lawyers and judges have mobilized to stop Doge from breaking laws. So today let's talk about what Doge actually is, because I'm not convinced that anyone actually does, and all the lawsuits that are out there trying to stop it. Yes, Elon Musk and a small group of young men marched into multiple federal agencies with their personal computers, copied an untold amount of sensitive data onto private servers, threw the government into chaos, and then bragged about it on Twitter. Musk claims his raids on government computers is rapidly shutting down billions of dollars worth of illegal payments, but nobody elected Elon Musk as president, so how does he have the power to seize control of the IT systems of seemingly every major US agency? Well, because Donald Trump told him that he was a very special boy. Specifically that he was now a special government employee. So checkmate, that's the end of it. Totally legal, totally cool, nothing we can do here. Except that, of course, the law is clear that Musk's incursion into these agencies is outside the scope of special government employees, but that hasn't stopped Musk or Trump from treating the designation like it's a cheat code for unlimited and unchecked power, setting the stage for multiple monumental lawsuits. Of course, it would help if we could figure out what in the world Doge is in the first place. But let's start at the beginning. What makes a government employee special, and why are Trump and Musk convinced that this is a magic word that gives Elon the power to do whatever he wants? Well, in what is now one of the greatest twists of irony in modern legal history, the designation of special government employee was originally introduced into law to combat government corruption and rampant conflicts of interest. From time to time, the government needs to hire competent technical experts on a temporary basis to advise at the top level. And so this new designation was a means to do so while still holding these employees to a reasonable standard of ethics, accountability, and limit their scope. A special government employee, or SGE, is defined in 18 U.S.C. 202A as, quote, an officer or employee who is retained, designated, appointed, or employed by the government to perform temporary duties with or without compensation for not more than 130 days during any period of 365 consecutive days. Now, defining an SGE as principally an officer or employee of the government means that all SGEs are subject to certain ethical codes. And as outlined by an ethics briefing given to new SGEs by the Department of Commerce, SGEs are told, quote, you may not participate in any particular matter that will have a direct and predictable effect on your financial interests or those imputed to you unless you qualify for a regulatory exemption or receive a written waiver. Of course, Elon Musk is a walking conflict of interest. As the New York Times reported, his companies are, quote, increasingly facing regulatory battles and overlapping federal investigations from all corners of the government. So it makes perfect sense why, in the summer of 2024, Musk felt it timely to donate $277 million to the Trump campaign and use his celebrity to publicly go all in on the MAGA movement. And it seems that in return, Trump gave Musk the authority to raid financial records, networks, and private data of many federal agencies. Now, you would think that this alone means that Musk is violating conflict of interest restrictions, but some SGEs actually qualify for an exception to these ethics rules. Now, for the exception to the ethics rules to apply, the matters the SGE attends to must, quote, not have a special or distinct effect on the SGE or their non-federal employer beyond its impact as part of a broader class. The exception does not apply to financial interests such as stock ownership or other direct financial stake in the employer or prospective employer. Now, on a surface level, you can see why it's in the best interest of the government to allow for some exceptions to the conflict of interest.
Hold on, I gotta type something very important in the chat. Oh shit, I didn't type it on the right chat. I love typing this fucking line in the chat. Still with your horror. I get killed. What's a potency of fucking... Yilong ma. Yilong ma. Who really? Speaking of. Hold on, there was a pretty good comment. Hold on. I gotta fucking steal that shit. Hold on. Hold on, there was a pretty good fucking someone made a pretty good comment in Destiny sub. I gotta fucking steal that shit. Hold on. Was it under the Grimes thing? Was it? I'm not sure. It could be. I gotta find that comment, bro. That shit was fucking golden. The movie you were talking about. How long is this text, by the way? Guys, I'm about to dump an essay. What are we talking about? Defeat that from Africa with. Tactical Newcastle trapped. Tactical Newcastle trapped. There's the Antichrist, by the way. There's the Antichrist, by the way. Trump is the Antichrist, by the way. Antichrist. Trump is the Antichrist, by the way. Antichrist. Missed out. Another nuke. Doobie dabadoo. Doot 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 doot. Doobie dabadoo. Doobie dabadoo. The Weaver's Chambers, huh? Chambers, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna focus on this fucker. Maybe I should. I will. Fuck it. Yilong Ma. Oh, I'm refusing. Doobie dabadoo. Doobie dabadoo. Find it. Finally. Okay, give me my reward now. Yeah, I want to get your elemental resisting. Thank you. Wait, what? What now? Oh. Fuck it, I'll drop it. Oh, shit. What am I gonna do with the apex? Oh, okay. So I gotta go back to the Chamber of Sins then. What the Weaver thing? Where's that? I mean, what's the point of that place? Okay, I'm just gonna sleep here. Doobie dabadoo, doobie dabadoo, doo 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 doo. Wait, where's Chamber of Sins? Oh, right here. Okay, the crossroads.
Just rules, such as when Trump appointed Dr. Scott Atlas as a medical expert special government employee to advise on the COVID-19 pandemic. During the crisis, any direct government benefits distributed to all practicing doctors would have technically constituted a conflict of interest for Dr. Atlas, and so the exception would have protected him if he advised on such a course of action, because being a practicing doctor is part of a broader class. Now, the advice the special government employee Dr. Atlas actually gave President Trump was, don't worry about it, the whole thing will blow over, but generally you want your special government employees to be able to advise to the best of their expertise. And that's why Musk and Trump have repeatedly claimed that all Doge is doing is simply modernizing computer systems. And if that were true, Musk would likely be exempt from conflict of interest rules so long as he limits his activities to things like advising departments to upgrade to Windows 11, which, knowing his track record of giving terrible advice, is something Elon Musk would probably do. But we also know that that's not what Doge and Musk are doing here, especially when Musk called USAID an evil and criminal organization just months after its inspector general started investigating the millions of dollars of Starlink units it bought from Musk to assist Ukraine were being used effectively and appropriately, or when he accused FAA Administrator Michael Whitaker of destroying the human race after the FAA fined Musk $600,000 for gross violations of safety protocols at SpaceX, which delayed a launch for 6 months. You might recall that on Inauguration Day, Musk demanded that Whitaker resign his post, and Whitaker complied. Then he set his sights on the FAA, vowing to fix what was arguably one of the most complex yet reliable data systems ever created that millions of travelers rely on every day. Musk has since forced his way into several other agencies, including the GSA, the CDC, the Department of Labor, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Association, and even gained complete access to the sensitive payment systems at the Department of Treasury that process over $5 trillion worth of government payments every year. And all the while, the White House says that Musk is not subject to any oversight. He will police his own conflicts of interest. And yet Musk's 6 companies are among the government's biggest contractors. The New York Times reported that 2 of Elon Musk's companies account for at least $15.4 billion in government contracts over the past decade. Now, Musk could get a conflict of interest waiver, but they can't be given retroactively, and the waivers have to be made public. Waiver requests for executive branch employees are covered by 18 U.S.C. 208b1. Under that provision, a waiver is available only if the person who appointed the employee says that the employee's financial interest in a particular matter, quote, is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the government may expect from such officer or employee. SGEs must also receive a live ethics training before participating in deliberative meetings, and we're pretty sure that Musk took none of these steps, which means in no uncertain terms that he's not exempt from the conflict of interest rules. Except that at this point, there is no law, only enforcement, and if the executive branch says it doesn't want to enforce those rules, it's hard to force them to do it. The ethics training also says that SGEs are subject to criminal conflict of interest statutes, including 18 U.S.C. 201, which prohibits bribery, and 18 U.S.C. 219, which prohibits SGEs from serving as a foreign agent. But for any of this to matter, Trump's DOJ would have to investigate him, and U.S. Attorney Ed Martin already made the DOJ's position on Trump and Doge abundantly clear. When people started identifying Musk's henchmen, the young guys who now have access to the sensitive government data, Musk said disclosing their identities was a criminal act, and Martin backed Musk up in less than an hour, sending a letter warning Americans that they could be prosecuted for interfering with Doge employees or identifying them. Now, FYI, Martin is wrong. Musk, as a special government employee, ultimately works for the American people, and you have a right to know what he and Doge are doing with your data. Now, obviously, if you're going to try to fire half of the federal workforce under dubious legal authority, you'll want a good lawyer.
You want a good lawyer.
It's probably established Doge as an advisory group before he was inaugurated. And when he returned to the White House, he created it by issuing an executive order renaming the U.S. Digital Service as the U.S. Doge Service and reestablishing the office under the Executive Office of the President. Now, spoiler, this probably is not legal. Trump claims that Doge is a temporary organization under 5 U.S.C. 3161, and his executive order mandates that each federal agency create a Doge team of at least 4 employees in consultation with the U.S. Doge Service. God, I hate that name. To implement this agenda. Now, according to the order, Doge will finish up its work by July 4th, 2026. Now, in his executive order, Trump says that the mandate for Doge is to modernize software, quote, the USDS administrator shall commence a software modernization initiative to improve the quality and efficiency of government-wide software, network infrastructure, and information technology systems. The USDS administrator shall work with agency heads to promote interoperability between agency networks and systems, ensure data integrity, and facilitate responsible data collection and synchronization. But the executive order does not give Doge the authority to override agency heads. It states, quote, nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency, or the head thereof, or the functions of the director of the Office of Management and Budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. However, in practice, Doge far exceeds the typical scope of a temporary organization's mandate. And perhaps most importantly, only Congress has the authority to create or dismantle federal agencies and control spending. But Musk asserts that Doge has a much broader mandate granted to him by Trump, even though it's not within the powers of the executive branch to do so. He claims that Doge has the right to offer buyouts to employees, cut $4 billion from the budget each day, investigate fraud, close down federal buildings, and freeze spending. These are not things that temporary organizations do, let alone one tasked exclusively to modernize software. In fact, I'd argue that these aren't things the executive branch can do at all. It's exclusively the purview of Congress. But at least temporarily, for all intents and purposes, it seems that the world's richest man is illegally running a department that oversees the entire government. And that's the main issue with Elon Musk. Even if his actions fall well outside of what the law permits a special government employee to do, he can only be stopped if someone in a position of power stops him. And that can really only be done by Donald Trump himself, or possibly maybe the courts, because hopefully they follow the court orders. But at least the lawyers aren't taking this lying down. In fact, our friends at the National Security Counselors, including Kel McClanahan, have filed a lawsuit in Washington, D.C. that strikes at the heart of Doge. The plaintiffs allege that the creation of Doge violates the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA. The FACA bars the president from delegating decision-making authority to private citizens like Musk without public transparency and prevents advisory committees from being used to exert undue private sector influence on government decisions. Advisory committees must hold public meetings, keep detailed records, and have a clear purpose with government oversight. And this raises all kinds of questions about whether Musk's status as a special government employee grants him a universal get-out-of-jail-free card, or whether Doge can get away with everything so long as it wears a USDS skin suit. So to sort through all of Doge's, Musk's, and Trump's legal gaslighting, we went straight to the source of the lawsuit, Kel McClanahan. Thanks for joining, Kel. Can you walk me through your case? What are you claiming?
The Department of Government Efficiency, the Doge that Elon Musk has set up, it is set up as an advisory committee. And the way that those work, those have to follow certain rules. The Federal Advisory Committee Act is a law that is designed to make sure that random people from outside don't come and start being basically a shadow government, making the choices for the government that the government then follows. So the rules are that they have to be transparent, they have to have open meetings, they have to have records that can be subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and stuff like that. Most importantly for this case, they also have to be balanced. And that doesn't mean balanced as in Democrats versus Republicans. It means balanced in viewpoints. In this particular case, you have Doge, which is supposed to be going through, at least from its earliest mentions before the inauguration, going through and deciding what is best for the American government, including getting rid of a lot of workers. And yet, they had no workers. They had nobody from the federal government on it, and that is not fairly balanced.
And what do you expect the counter argument to be?
Well, on Inauguration Day, they thought they found one weird trick. Donald Trump issued this executive order that basically said, I'm creating the United States Doge Service. And this is an office that's going to be within the executive office of the president. It's going to be wearing the skin, Buffalo Bill style, of the U.S. Digital Service that was an OMB office. And therefore, it's not an advisory committee. It's an EOP office. Problem is that when they did that, they implied that everyone who was in Doge, Elon Musk and all of his cronies that were out there talking about everything they were going to do to get rid of the workers, would be in the U.S. Doge service. But they didn't actually do that. And they didn't actually say that. And so right now, their argument is, as you ask, going to be that, well, it's not an advisory committee anymore because it's an office in the White House. And I'm not sure that's going to carry the day, given that Elon Musk is out there doing things in Doge's name when he's not even confirmed to be part of the USDS.
Well, here's what I've been wondering this whole time. What even is Doge?
That's a good question. The Department of Government Efficiency is not a department, and apparently it's not even focused on government efficiency. As one person said, it's an idea. But sometimes it's not an idea. Sometimes it's an office in the White House. Sometimes it's a loose consortium of billionaires. No one can really pin down what Doge is. The best we have to go on is that shortly after Trump was elected, he said, I'm nominating Elon Musk to run Doge. First of all, you know that Trump didn't come up with that name of Elon Musk's famous meme coin on his own for the department. That was a Muskism. They said Doge is going to go through and make the government more efficient, and that's what it's the department of. Then they started running around, pretending to be a real thing, hoping they'd be a real boy soon, and agencies didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know what to do with these people who said, I'm Doge, and I'm coming to ask questions. Like, that's nice. Biden's still president. You don't have any power here. And then the election happened, and for about 6 hours, Doge was unabashedly an advisory committee because the executive order had not been issued yet. And then this U.S. Doge service was created. What Doge is, it changes on a day-to-day basis. Even the Republicans can't decide what story they want to get behind for what Doge is.
What about the pilfering of data? Did Musk have legal authority to enter these agencies and get access to sensitive information stored on their servers?
Well, that's a two-part question. The answer to can he get into the agencies is sure. I mean, if he's given permission from the White House to go to an agency, he can go to an agency. If I'm given permission by the White House to go to an agency, I can go to an agency. If I'm given permission to talk to people at the agency and they're told to listen to me, I can do that. Getting access to the servers is a different question. There are these routine uses, and that's a term used in the law. And the routine uses are things that the agency is allowed to do with PII in one of these systems, personally identifiable information in one of these systems, and where they can give it, who they can give it to, what they can do with it, and for what purposes they can do whatever with it. The reason for a routine use is that if you disseminate PII without a routine use, you are violating the Privacy Act. Routine uses will be things like for payroll data, well, your bank account information and your social security number and your name are used for HR purposes, for hiring and firing and promotions, for paying you, for making sure you get your
Hmm. Get this one. I don't know why.
I gave the piety keep your greeting.
Money. Almost no routine uses say, and be given to the White House for reasons. And I can pretty much guarantee that no routine use says being given to advisory committee members, or even worse, random billionaires with a White House hall pass who just wander in and ask for it.
Did Trump moot your case by naming Musk as a special government employee?
Absolutely not. The most that Trump did when he named Musk a special government employee was say that he was now eligible to work for the U.S. Doge Service. He didn't say he works for the U.S. Doge Service. In fact, the fact that Musk is a special government employee came out when people were asking, is Musk the U.S. Doge administrator who, by executive order, is the head of the U.S. Doge Service? And the answer from the White House is, he's a special government employee. Well, that's nice. I'm glad he's a very special boy, but he's still not confirmed to be the U.S. Doge administrator, which means he is, at best, a random guy, and at worst, for the law, a member of an unofficial illegal advisory committee, which is exactly what we alleged all along.
Now, Trump's executive order and his public statements talk about Doge simply modernizing computer systems. But that's obviously not what they're doing. How do you square that circle?
So you can, but it doesn't help. If they say that Elon Musk is the U.S. Doge administrator, and they say that everyone working with Doge is part of the U.S. Doge Service, or one of these little away teams that go out to every agency and do fancy stuff for the week, then that doesn't help matters, because the mandate of the U.S. Doge Service is to modernize government IT. And so if their job is to modernize government IT, and they're out there firing people and cutting off funding to grants and cutting off Medicare payments and messing with the Treasury system, they're not modernizing government IT. And so they're exceeding their mandate, which opens up a whole new bucket of random legal issues that they'll have to deal with. And I think that's why they're living in the ambiguity. They're milking the ambiguity to say, if you say they're an advisory committee, no, we're not, we're a service. And if you say, you say, well, then if you're a service, you're this, they say, oh, no, we're just sort of unofficially doing things. And so either way, they're screwed legally.
They just said that they're legally screwed. Does that rely on the DOJ going after them?
Most of the laws that they're violating are not criminal penalties. They're not criminal cases that have to be prosecuted by the DOJ. In fact, the reason most of these laws are written this way is to allow you, me, random guy on the street, to litigate against the federal government and say, you are doing something wrong. Your Honor, please make them stop doing this wrong thing. And that is because they all waive sovereign immunity. Sovereign immunity says that you cannot sue the government without the government's permission. And that permission normally comes in the form of a law, a statute that says this creates a private right of action. The Administrative Procedure Act, which we're suing under in both the Federal Advisory Committee Act case and the E-Government Act case that I'm also bringing against OPM, is one such law that says this creates a private right of action. You may sue the government when it is breaking another law. The judge is saying, okay, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say that special employees are treated like employees for the purposes of the Privacy Act. They still have to be employees of the Treasury Department and not of somewhere else. And so that's a distinction that's very defensible.
So what happens next with the case?
Well, right now we're still trying to figure out the scope of Doge. Is it a White House office? Is it a random bunch of billionaires and tech lords? We don't know. And every story that comes out in the media every day tells us something different. And until we get some clarity on that, we can't tell which way the case will go. Our website is nationalsecuritylaw.org. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. We've been around for about 15 or 16 years. I lose count in my old age and dotage. And we are out there doing what we do. We're doing cases like this, but we're also representing employees. We're also representing people who want to tell their story, write books, people who have lost security clearances, everything you can really think of in the field of national security law or sort of the information and privacy law type of work that isn't criminal. We're not criminal lawyers. That's what other people do. Right now, we just go and we help you fight the government when the government is the bad guy.
Kel, thanks so much for talking with us today. Kel's firm, National Security Counselors, has worked with Legal Eagle several times, including most recently filing suit over Jack Smith's Trump prosecution documents. The National Security Counselors work closely with all sorts of government whistleblowers, and they have their hands full right now. So you can directly support Kel's work by clicking on the link in the description. Now, Kel's lawsuit argues that Doge is an illegal advisory committee, but we don't know if the courts are going to see it that way, because the honest truth is that nobody knows exactly what Doge is, least of all the people that created it seems. Doge was created by executive order of Donald Trump, and now the rest of the federal government is playing catch-up, while Elon Musk is moving fast and breaking laws. And that's what led the state of New Mexico, joined by 13 other states, to sue Elon Musk on February 13th. In the case of New Mexico versus Musk, the 14 states alleged that President Trump unlawfully delegated extensive authority to Elon Musk without proper legal authorization from Congress and without meaningful supervision. The plaintiffs argued that this concentration of power violates the Appointments Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2 requires the, quote, ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, judges of the Supreme Court, and all other officers of the United States be appointed by the president with the consent of the Senate. However, the president can also appoint inferior positions without Senate confirmation. Generally, positions that fall into this inferior officer category, which don't need Senate confirmation, are people like administrative staff, assistant U.S. attorneys, the White House chief of staff, and advisors. So generally, the White House has been arguing that Elon Musk is doing nothing more than the type of consultation you'd expect from an inferior office and doesn't have the authority himself. So how did the plaintiffs reach the conclusion that Musk violated the Appointments Clause? Well, it all starts with their allegations about what Doge really is. The states argued that Trump's executive order actually created multiple entities, not just one. In the January 20th executive order that set all this in motion, Trump renamed a pre-existing entity, the United States Digital Service, into the newly minted United States Doge Service, and his executive order goes on to give the Doge Service a different mission and structure than what the U.S. Digital Service did for its entire existence. This is the skin suit Doge that Kel and I talked about just a second ago. But the executive order also created another entity, the U.S. Doge Service Temporary Organization. The executive order says that a Doge administrator will head up the temporary organization, where they will, quote, implement a software modernization initiative to improve the efficiency of federal software and information technology services and promote interoperability among agency networks and systems. And there are 3, possibly 4 different organizations at issue here. The first is the old U.S. Digital Service. Has Doge, as in the Frankenstein entity headed up by Elon Musk, really replaced the newly minted United States Doge Service? We don't really know, and it would be a mistake to concede this. Remember, the United States Digital Service was a separate agency dedicated to making government technology work better, and the old website is still live and mostly unchanged. On that site, you can see the type of activity that the US Digital Service used to do and might still be doing, such as improving the SSA.gov website and making sure, quote, it is useful and usable and simplifying veteran-facing services on va.gov. And those were good and worthwhile activities for the government to pursue. But those are absolutely not the activities that Musk's Doge is now performing. And as far as we know, the digital service employees aren't involved with Musk's Doge at all. What happened to these employees? Are they trapped in some kind of weird simulation like the people who work in Severance? I don't know. But the government now says that Musk isn't the administrator of the US Digital Service and that he's also not an employee. Meanwhile, the USDS engineering director has resigned, and last Friday night, Doge let 50 USDS employees go. Wired, which is doing some really top-notch reporting these days, reports, quote, Amy Gleason, a former Trump administration USDS official, and Kendall Lindemann, formerly of McKinsey & Company, a management consulting firm, explained to the remaining staff members that Doge would become increasingly more hands-on within the organization over the coming weeks and months. Of course, Gleason and Lindemann refuse to say what their job titles are. Yes, here we go again. Are they special government employees, advisors, consultants? Your guess is as good as mine. They also refuse to disclose the names of the USDS administrator or the deputy administrator. The second entity is Musk's Doge, which doesn't have anything to do with creating a better digital experience. Know that the second entity, the thing we're calling Doge, seems to have authority over the Doge teams, which Trump created in his second executive order. That executive order creates Doge teams at every federal agency, which are responsible for hiring and firing. And again, that seems to have little to do with the first entity. If the Doge teams are obeying Musk, who the government insists is part of neither the USDS nor the USDS temporary organization, then they've got to be serving the unlawful advisory committee Doge that's been lurking in the background and pulling the strings this whole time with literally no legal standing to do anything. And the third is the temporary organization. The executive order establishing this is strangely written. It says, quote, establishment of a temporary organization, there shall be a USDS administrator established in the executive office of the president who shall report to the White House chief of staff. Now, we don't think the administrator directly runs the temporary organization if we go by what's on paper. The executive order states that the temporary organization is, quote, further established within USDS, and the temporary organization shall be headed by the USDS administrator and shall be dedicated to advancing the president's 18-month Doge agenda. So someone at USDS runs the temporary organization, but we don't know who. We only know it's not Musk. At least they say it's not Musk. So therefore, by its terms, we seem to have two Doges, the actual Doge, which again is just Elon Musk and friends wearing a skin suit carved out of the corpse of the US Digital Services, but we also now have the US Doge Service Temporary Organization, which is ordered to be run by a Doge administrator, and it has a baked-in expiration date. But then, as the lawsuit alleges, the executive order also created, quote, the Doge teams, which are intended to be embedded in every federal agency and will typically consist of a team lead, one engineer, one human resources specialist, and one attorney. The Doge teams were to be created through the consultation between the relevant agency head and the Doge administrator. Now, these Doge teams effectively give Doge, which is an executive agency, tentacles into every agency across the government, which, I shouldn't have to remind you, is not how honest and efficient government works. And so, which Doge do the Doge teams serve, you might ask? Skinsuit Doge or Doge with an expiration date? Well, who's to say? The executive order isn't clear, and so Elon Musk and his mostly unnamed team members are operating in a manner that's incongruous with the Trump executive orders, and they continue to exercise power that seemingly was never afforded to them by Congress or through the Appointments Clause. Though the counterargument that may be too cute by half is that Elon Musk technically doesn't have any power. He's simply making recommendations to the president, and the president then pulls the trigger. And thus Musk and his team have no real power and would not violate the Appointments Clause. And even though the Doge temporary organization expires on July 4th, 2026, the complaint points out that, quote, on its face, the executive order exempts the Doge service, Doge administrator, and Doge teams from the July 4th, 2026 sunset provision. So what we're then left with is an eternal Doge department, since whatever is left of the Doge expiration date after July 4th can just roll up into the skinsuit Doge. And arguably, this is why the Appointments Clause exists. The framers of the Constitution had the foresight to understand that a single department of government, unchecked in its power, could eventually become the supreme ruler of the entire government. So on February 17th, in response to the state's lawsuits, the White House submitted a declaration by Joshua Fisher, the director of the Office of Administration, stating that, quote, the U.S. Doge Service is a component of the Executive Office of the President. The U.S. Doge Temporary Service is within the Doge Service. Both are separate from the White House. Now, crucially, and I would say unpersuasively, the declaration clarifies that Elon Musk is not the Doge administrator. Musk is employed by the White House office as a senior advisor to the president, a position that gives him no greater authority than any other White House advisor. The declaration asserts that Musk is also a special government employee. Now, if you feel confused, that's probably the intent here. The White House is claiming that the US Doge with an expiration date is actually a subdepartment of the skin suit Doge, and both are separate from the White House office, which is where Musk works as an advisor to the president. So, if you follow that logic, the White House would have you believe that Elon Musk is not formally associated with Doge at all, nor appointed to any position of sufficient power to warrant Senate confirmation. And this idea is further reinforced when Fisher goes on to claim, quote, Mr. Musk has no actual or formal authority to make government decisions himself. Mr. Musk can only advise the president and communicate the president's directives. Stephen Miller followed up on this inane theory of Musk's power, claiming to CNN that Musk and Doge had nothing to do with firing employees of the National Nuclear Security Administration.
So then who is it making those decisions of which federal employees are terminated?
Well, in that case, the Secretary of Energy would be the one. So what you're describing with the cuts in the Department of Energy, those are directed by the Senate-confirmed Secretary of Energy.
But guess what, everyone? Just 2 days after Fisher's declaration, Donald Trump admitted that he had appointed Musk.
Put a man named Elon Musk in charge. Thank you, Elon, for doing it.
Yeah, anyone who was following this at all would agree, yes, he absolutely did. And despite Stephen Miller's insistence that Musk is no different from Trump's other advisors, Trump has other ideas. He said explicitly, I put a man named Elon Musk in charge. And being in charge is different from he makes recommendations and maybe I follow them, maybe I don't. Fortunately, Anna, I don't have an answer for you. Because over the last 6 weeks, Musk has been everywhere claiming that he exercises near total control over the government. And once Doge gets access to an agency, Musk claims to have control over who gets fired and who gets paid, and in some instances, what agencies get shut down altogether, like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And he seems to have a lot of control over even who gets criminally investigated. And this is echoed in the New Mexico versus Musk case, where the plaintiffs say that Musk's access, quote, is seemingly limitless and dependent upon Mr. Musk's discretion. They then go on to argue that Musk, quote, in many cases has exceeded the lawful authority of even a principal officer or of the president himself. Trump stated that Mr. Musk will pave the way for my administration to dismantle government bureaucracy / excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies. It is doubtful that any one officer of the executive branch has the authority to make such cuts, let alone an unconfirmed government employee. And yeah, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but this isn't just one weird trick that they're finally pulling that no one else thought to do. You can't withhold funding, rearrange agencies, and mess with the congressionally approved laws without violating the Appropriations Clause, the Take Care Clause, and the Impoundment Control Act. And Trump was even confronted about Musk's sweeping power. 10 days before the lawsuit was filed, reporters asked why Doge needed access to sensitive Treasury Department information, and this was his response.
Well, it doesn't, but they get it very easily. I mean, we don't have very good security in our country, and they get it very easily.
And on the following day, President Trump's statements illustrate that no one stands between Musk and Trump in the executive chain of command. Quote, I've instructed him to go check out education, to check out the Pentagon. So now the government insists that Elon Musk is not the Doge administrator, which presumably means that role is vacant, I guess. And if the role has always been vacant, it could mean that Doge with an expiration date still has yet to become active. Now, the states were hoping that the courts would grant a temporary restraining order against Musk and Doge, but on February 18th, Judge Chutkan denied their motion. She found that the states did not carry their burden, showing that they will suffer imminent and irreparable harm. The court said, quote, plaintiffs' declarations are replete with attestations that if Musk and Doge defendants cancel, pause, or significantly reduce federal funding or eliminate federal state contracts, plaintiff states will suffer extreme financial and programmatic harm. However, whether these harms will come to pass remain uncertain. When litigants have identified specific individuals or programs imminently targeted by defendants, courts have issued appropriately tailored TROs. And Judge Chutkan cited the AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition versus Department of State and Doctors for America versus OPM. In both those cases, Doge's sudden interventions caused concrete harm to specific programs. In contrast, Judge Chutkan said that the states can only point to media reports about what Doge is up to, but quote, these reports cannot substitute for specific facts in an affidavit or a verified complaint that clearly show that imminent and irreparable harm, loss, or damage will result. And even if the court could appropriately consider the news reports in conjunction with defendants' vague representation, many employees were terminated. But as we've talked about many times, a TRO is a very extreme form of relief that's used for emergencies. And although the judge denied the motion for a TRO, she didn't rule on the merits of plaintiff's Appropriations Clause arguments. And she signaled that she might be open to a preliminary injunction after more briefing. So are the Doges plural legal? Heck if I know. I don't even know what they are. Now, Doge is arguably one of the greatest threats to data privacy that the world has ever seen, especially because
We need int for this thing. Okay. I don't know how I can deal more damage here. I really don't know. Huh. If accuracy rating is higher than max life. Huh. What is my accuracy rating right now? Can't even tell. Fuck do I see my accuracy rating? Deeby dabadoo. Oh, there we go. Main hand accuracy rating 437. Oh, that's not a lot. Let me get more accuracy rating. This one could help. Sure, yeah. Should have done that. Sort of focusing on mana instantly. Shoot. Doo-doo-doo. Ne oldu Şakir? Ha. Ne? Buradayım burada canım kuşum buradayım buradayım. I guess I can watch more It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia or alternatively that new test. I'm not gonna God, the whole Trump's like Putin dick suck moment. It's hilarious. It's just fucking annoying. I don't know what to say. I mean, oh shit! I didn't mean to activate that. I gotta get out of here and fast. Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Eh. Right, I'll watch some PoE Sunny then. Eh.
So, like you said, when you come face to face with something like that, what are you supposed to do?
About yeah. A little bit.
I don't get it, man. What's like so relaxing about sitting around in a hot, wet room?
Well, it's all about opening up your pores, Charlie.
Yeah.
Yeah, take your robe off. Yeah. You got your clothes on. You got to take your clothes off.
What? No way, dude. I'm not
can't-
getting naked in public.
Suit yourself, all right? I am gonna roast like a pig.
I'm gonna eat spaghetti.
Whoa, hey, guys. I bet you this is it. Drombach, I bet the mainstream book. Yeah, look at this, pictures and symbols. I don't see anything about her stupid luau, but this looks weird. What is that? What do you make of that, guys?
It looks like a drawing of a pair of jeans, a plus sign, and a chicken.
Denim chicken. Denim chicken. Okay, guys. My gut is telling me to throw this book in the trash.
Well,
It's
yeah.
absolute nonsense.
I think we're all feeling the same things, but I think we need to fight that instinct. We have to throw a party for Charlie. It's so simple. If we can't do that, what does that say about us?
You're right. This isn't about us. Let's not be cynical. Let's do what the kid wants. You know, if he wants a worm hat.
Worm hat.
Worm hat.
Okay, how do we get him a worm hat? Because I don't know what that is.
I don't know, maybe there's a drawing or what is that?
That's a bird with teeth.
It sure is.
Okay, look, we don't have a lot of time, so let's just figure out the best we can do.
We
Come
can do
on.
it. We can do it.
All right, we'll do
let's
these
go.
things.
Okay.
We'll do these things. Okay.
Dude, how much longer do we have to...
Oh shit, I can't show it on the stream, can I? Oh, right.
Stay here.
Come on, relax. Take your clothes off.
I feel trapped here, Frank.
I'm trapped like a rat. Holy shit, I'm trapped like a rat, aren't I?
No, you're not,
I'm
Charlie.
a rat in here! I'm a rat! I'm trapped like a rat! I gotta get out of here.
Calm down, Charlie.
I'm tired of being in weird places, Frank, because I'm trapped like a rat!
Calm down, Charlie. Calm down. Relax. Okay, all right,
gotta get
all
out of here.
right. Now, calm down.
How do I get this?
Take it easy. Charlie! Take it easy,
Just
Charlie.
bash me, Frank!
No, I'm not gonna bash you, Charlie.
Just bash me like a rat! Bash me like a rat and get it over with!
Oh, sorry, guys. Just let me know when you're done. I'm the guy who wipes down the loads.
I'm not wearing this stupid thing in my head! Oh, surprise!
What the shit is this? Where's my luau?
Oh, we went around you, Frank.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Charlie.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Oh. Is that why you guys were doing all that weird shit with me today?
Yeah, we were trying to distract you so we could plan your party.
Thanks, guys. Yeah. Not my birthday, though. It's not your birthday? No.
No, Dix, it's my birthday.
What?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Wait a second. Were you trying to get us to plan your surprise party? Why wouldn't you just plan it yourself?
Well, that's lame. I mean, this way I get my surprise party, and I give you the satisfaction of doing something nice for somebody.
My God. That is not doing something nice. That is tricking us, son of a bitch.
Where's Duncan?
Where's Duncan? You should not be hanging out with Duncan. You should not be associating with people like that. I'm saying it. I don't care. It's coming out of my mouth. No.
Oh, those weird bridge people?
Very
that are,
strange.
Yeah.
All that, like, Hawau and Lao.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew he couldn't say it.
Luau.
What is it? You know?
Luau.
I mean, it's the weird. Hello.
It's not a weird. Huh?
Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh.
What do we got going on over here, guys?
Okay, well, Charlie, when we thought it was your birthday, we went through your dream book and we tried to recreate some of the stuff we found in there.
Yes, that's okay. Denim chicken?
Yes!
Yeah, denim chicken.
Now I gotta reroute the pig delivery.
Nobody gives a shit. So we also have the bird with teeth.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, and I'm assuming the teeth are fake, yes?
Yes, well, they're not real human teeth, if that's what you're asking me.
No, I mean, did you discover a bird with teeth in this fashion?
That does not exist in nature.
Okay, I'm not sure about that, but either way, good glue work.
Do any of you assholes want to know how old I am?
Whatever, Frank. Okay. Nobody. All right. So.
Okay, so Charlie, this is my favorite part. We weren't quite sure what a worm hat was, right? So we made a few of them. This is the first one. It's a hat made of worms, okay? And then option number 2 is a hat that you put on, and when you do that, you look maybe you're a worm, right?
Yeah.
And then the third one, and this is the best one, Charlie, is a hat for your worm.
Oh, you're teeny tiny little worm.
Yeah,
it's
if
a
you-
teeny tiny little
If you
hat
want him to
and
be
worm.
fancy.
So which one is it?
Yeah,
Which
who's
one were you
right?
talking
Who's
about?
right?
Well, I don't recall ever writing worm hat.
Yeah.
Worm
It
hat.
was in your dream book. Your
Oh, Wormhat. Yeah, that's a German guy. His name's Hans Vermit. He appears in my dreams. He drives a biplane and he shoots it at me and I run through a field.
You know what? You guys blow. I'm gonna go find Duncan.
Go! Get lost! Wow, guys! Wow, the denim chicken, the bird with teeth, Vermat's worm hat. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. This is just what I needed today.
Guess what, buddy? There's one more thing.
Is that what I think it is?
That's a new rat stick, dude.
Yeah.
And you can bash up a whole bunch of rats with one quick strike, so it's more humane.
Yeah? Oh, man.
Well, what do you
you like it?
What do you think?
I love that. I mean,
Aw.
I don't know what to say because no one's ever really, I don't know what to say, guys.
Say anything, man.
Maybe I could give it a quick whirl in the basement and see if I could kill a couple rats.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
You've
should.
earned it.
You
Go
should.
bash him up, buddy.
Woo!
What a life. Frank, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity of a lifetime.
Whatever.
I hope they have some cool exotic creatures for us to fiddle around with and play with.
Dennis, we're going to an animal rights event. There's going to be all sorts of exotic creatures there.
You think so?
Better have some cool stuff at this thing. I mean, the money I laid out for this charity, they could have built a zoo.
Yeah, actually, guys, Zoos are animal prisons. See, I've been boning up on my animal rights literature so I can have some talking points with Chase. He's a big animal rights lover, and he's going to be there.
Security is not going to let you go anywhere near Chase Utley, bro. Those
doubt it.
creepy letters you've been writing him, you've got to be on a list somewhere.
What are you giving me shit for, okay? Dee's the one going after Ryan Howard all of a sudden.
Well, so what? Why is that weird? That makes perfect sense. I'm a hot single lady. He's a hot single man.
Hot. D, you're pregnant as shit.
Frank, this shortcut sucks.
It ain't a shortcut.
But why in the hell are we in the woods? Get on the AC Expressway. It goes straight to Atlantic City.
I'm avoiding tolls.
Okay, hold on a second. You're willing to shell out tons of money for a charity, and you can't spare a couple bucks for a toll road?
What do you want me to do? Give all my money to some toll jockey?
Yeah.
Just for riding on the street?
Squirrel! Oh, thank God that was close.
Why did you do that, Mac? God damn it.
You almost ran over that squirrel, Frank.
So you should have let me mash it. It's just a dumbass squirrel.
Hey, do not say stupid shit like that tonight at the animal rights event.
Bob, I can't wait to make my speech. I'm gonna get up there and lace into these liberal nut jobs.
What? I thought you loved animals now.
I only donated all this money so I can make a mockery of their cause. I mean, animals should be food, rugs, and trophies. Why do you think I'm wearing a leather suit?
Right? Is that leather?
Bet your ass it's leather.
Huh. I just assumed it was plastic.
Who wears a plastic suit?
I don't know, Frank, but I don't question the things you do anymore.
All right, listen, I'm gonna call us a tow truck and get us out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any bars, though. You get any bars, Frank?
I got nothing. What gives?
What gives is that we're in the middle of goddamn nowhere. What happened? Are we in AC?
No, we're not in AC because Mac wrecked the car. Now we're stranded somewhere.
Oh, man. Come to Atlantic City, you said. Let us tie you up and put a sack on your head so you don't freak out. That'll be a good adventure, you said. Well, I'm freaking out a little bit.
Relax, Charlie. This is gonna be a great adventure. This is exciting. This is the unknown. This is all part of it, man.
Well, it ain't a great adventure to me. Riding on a private jet, sipping champagne, that's an adventure.
Then why didn't you fly us on a private jet to AC?
It's only 80 miles. You know how quick that trip would be? Be a total waste of money.
See, this is why I don't leave Philly, all right? You leave Philly and bad shit happens. I mean, trees? Everywhere trees? What the hell is this place? All right, I'm hitching a ride back home.
Calm down, Charlie. Let's all walk and we'll find some help, okay?
I'm not walking because I got a baby on board. My feet hurt.
I'm not going anywhere because this suit is like chafing me up like crazy.
Oh, Jesus. All right, Mac and I and Charlie will go find some help, okay?
Ooh,
okay?
ooh. Except I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna hang back and oil up my glove.
Your glove? What is your end game in this?
I'm gonna have a catch with Chase Utley.
Chase Utley is not gonna have a catch with
come on.
you. Don't you say that, Charlie. Don't you say that.
We're gonna find help.
Hurry.
Hurry up, guys. Hurry up, because I gotta get to Chase.
Does the air taste weird out here, or is it just me?
No. It's just you. Listen, I know you have a lot of anxiety going on right now, but you gotta understand, we're both in uncharted waters here, wouldn't you say? But listen, you would consider me a pretty methodical person, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, like a serial killer.
Serial killer. I like that. I like that. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I see your point.
Yeah.
And I like it. I take it as a compliment. But listen, sometimes even I can't control everything. So when a new experience presents itself to me, I try to stay open to it and just say yes.
Say yes, huh?
Yeah. Hey, let me show you something. Look at that.
Huh, you wearing makeup?
Well, I'm always wearing a little bit of foundation, but that's not the point, Charlie. What do you see there?
Oh, shit, you got a lesion, dude.
No, it's not. That's not a lesion. It's a hickey.
Oh.
Never seen a hickey?
No, I have. Ew, weird. I thought women our age didn't give hickeys anymore.
Oh, no, they don't. Young ladies do, though. And I met an extremely young lady the other day.
Weird.
She was legal. She was totally legal. I always check their licenses. But that's not the point. The point is, how did I meet this young woman? Well, I got caught unexpectedly in a rainstorm one day, so I retreated into a local theater. There, I caught a matinee. And during this matinee, I saw this young woman. I introduced myself, and we both got caught up in the moment. We said yes to the new experience, and that's how I wound up with this wonderful and very sexual hickey. You see what I'm saying about adventure, Charlie?
Yeah, you always say yes to everything.
No, I don't always say yes. That's absurd. I'd be a dead man, wouldn't I, if I said yes to everything?
Oh, shit, dude, look at that truck right there.
Oh, yeah.
You think there's someone in there?
Well, what do we say in this scenario, Charlie?
We say yes.
We say yes. Hiya. Sorry to wake you up there. Sorry.
What do you want?
Our car broke down a little ways back, and we were hoping maybe you could help us out.
Oh, I could radio that in and get you a tow truck out here, but I'm about to hit the road myself. You can always hitch a ride with me.
Oh, where you headed?
Atlantic City.
You got any munchies in the car? I'm grumbling.
No, Frank, we don't have anything in the car because we were starving ourselves for the casino buffet. It was only supposed to be a 45-minute drive.
I gotta eat pretty soon. I'm starting to get woozy.
Yeah, I'm starting to get woozy, too. I've been starving myself for a few days for Chase.
What?
I wanted to create that sort of gaunt, angular look with my cheekbones to impress him, you know, give myself a more athletic look, but, I'm starving. All right, let's jump into the forest, and we'll find some food there.
Holy shitballs! It's a rabbit!
Whoa, whoa, Frank, no! We're not killing any animals, okay?
Screw that! I'm hungry. It's wabbit season.
Okay, fine. D, come with me. I'm gonna find us something to eat.
Where are you, wabbit? I'm gonna get you, wabbit. Oh, there you are. What the hell? Wabbit, where'd you go? Shit! How'd you do that? Why are you staring at me? Why are you giving me that look? Whoa. We're having a moment here, aren't we? You boys are awfully dressed up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the tuxes, sure. Yeah, well, we're on our way to Atlantic City for a charity event.
You kind of threw me with those outfits.
Yeah.
Don't usually find lot lizards out in the wild.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a little behind on my trucker terms. A lot lizard would be a
lizard?
Give it to you.
I'm a little bit tired. I don't know. I should get some coffee. Dooby doo. Dooby dabba doo. Dooby dabba doo. I love those stupid fucks. What about my hideout? Oh, cartographer's hideout. So my hideout's in this game, in this league too. That's cool. Except, you know, I don't have a map, but still. There's a crafting bench too? Oh, cool. Dooby-dabba-doo. Dooby-dabba-doo. Should probably get something with my Chaos Orb. Not sure what though. I'll check out some gear, yeah? Oldu. Ne? Niye bağırıyorsun? Oh, Barrack's Grip is a good one. Oh, the taming is good too, actually. Ne? Şizofren. Şizofren. Küçük şizofren. So how expensive are these? I have 2 Chaos Orbs right now. I think I should trade. I should start trading. Boost my damage and shit. No, not Settlers. Yeah, Brescia. Okay. Barracks. Which one should I get? The Taming. Can I get that one? Oh shit, it's incredibly expensive. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Increase cold damage. I guess Barracks Respite makes more sense then, right? I'll try to get that one. But I think Barracks Respite is very expensive. So that wouldn't make sense. It's 2 divs, holy shit. don't want to be a claw build though. Yeah, should be. What about back script then? Should be cheap, I think. It's kind of cheap. 3. I'll try to get some unique items because they're good for leveling and stuff. It's weapons. How about that? Level 1 multi-strike. Is that good? I mean, I know multi-strike is a support gem that you do use, but I don't know. Okay, I'll go with staves then. Okay, the Stormheart is a good one, I think. How expensive is it? Surely someone's selling it. Oh, it's super cheap. Cool. Oh, attack per second is low though. Okay. How about maces then? Dee-bee-da-ba-doo. item, some good stuff. I don't know. Yeah, Prism Weave is nice for sure. I can go for that for now. Wait, I'll buy one. If I get a response, that is. Yeah, my other responses clearly. Final response. It should boost my damage, right? Alright. I'll leave. How do I leave? Shit. Was it this button? No. Oh, it's S. Okay. Thank you. Oh, damn, that motherfucker leveled insanely high. Let's see. damage increase. Okay, that's pretty good. That's a good one. Huge damage boost. Okay, I gotta buy one more unique then. Be for the best. Uniques are great for leveling for sure. Okay, hold on. Defeat the guards and rescue the girl. Get up.
Yes, greeting. Tala Moana. Tala.
A stranger. Good luck to you. You getting there?
It's clearly better.
Talk the United States of America.
This is more perfect union channel. Is it an actual good channel? Wait, they talked to Biden? Both parties, dude, blah 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 blah. I feel like these are all Russian psyops as well. Not the channel itself. I'm not talking about the channel, but YouTube comment sections. They're very fucking weird. I want to check out that channel actually. Hold on. this channel who made the comment. Yeah, this one. Joe RB8 Ju. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on a second. Can I open this channel? Yeah, let's just open the channel. Oh, there we go. Nothing. Joined 2024, February 12. Holy shit! Oh, never mind. Okay. It's very recent though. Nothing about it. No profile pictures. Joe. Joe. Wait, that's the whole channel's name. Joe. The rest of it is auto-generated. Joe. Joe. There's nothing on the channel. Absolutely nothing. Another one. Is blame shifting? This is just so fucking weird. J. Pierce. This one is actually old though. Yeah. This channel is just like left populists, I guess, but like, not like bad ones necessarily. Just annoying ones. Let's see, how about the Elon channel? The Elon video, sorry. So, we went to the town Elon Musk took hostage. This is a video I'll be watching. Why do I look so fucking...
I think we're at the dawn of a new era. I think it's going to be very exciting.
We are at T-minus under 33 minutes and counting.
I'd love to have SpaceX be the company that brings humanity to Mars, and I hope I see it while I'm still alive.
I mean, are we going to Mars or not? Right now, we sure are messing a lot of stuff up in our area here.
Brownsville, Texas sits at the southernmost tip of the United States. It's a border town of 200,000 people. 10 years ago, it was upended by the arrival of a very famous new resident, the richest man in the world. Many residents are glad that this $350 billion company moved into a town that has struggled with high unemployment for decades.
We need this area to grow. It's the poorest county in the nation.
If we don't grow, we're gonna die.
Come here, Elon! Did you see his rocket yesterday?
President
God, what a fucking dipshit.
Trump has promised to support Musk's
I mean, he's not just a dipshit, he's a fucking demon.
vision for interplanetary travel.
We will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah!
But what's actually happening in Brownsville, where Elon Musk has already staked his company's flag?
We're a disadvantaged community that's being exploited by a billionaire for his experimental space fantasy.
We used to go a lot. I mean, before I even married, we would go, and he would go with his family also. And then once we married, we had boys. We were there probably every weekend.
It was just a very serene place. I mean, it's still beautiful when you can get there.
Renee and Ida Mandrano live just 17 miles from Boca Chica Beach, where SpaceX launches the rocket Starship, the largest and most powerful rocket ever built, and the one that Elon Musk says will take humanity to Mars. The Starship, which includes the booster Super Heavy, is a 5,000-ton rocket made of stainless steel, designed to carry up to 150 metric tons of cargo, which Musk says is necessary for his Mars colony.
The launch is here. The rocket is right here. And you can hear it, you can feel it, you can see the fire, you can see the Raptor, can you see the smoke? And then all of a sudden you hear those booms. Our dog Miller was running around. It was loud. It sounded like
a bomb?
Huge, dangerous, super explosive bomb.
What was once 1,400 acres of beach and wetlands is now home to SpaceX's building facility, launch pad, and a continuously growing town where employees live, called Starbase. The rocket launches 5 times a year, but right now SpaceX is applying to launch 25 times a year.
It's a shame that it got to this point, as big as it is, and probably going to get bigger.
Musk came to Texas to pitch his private space launching facility in 2013.
This will be the first commercial orbital launch site in the world.
And warned that the company was also eyeing Georgia, Florida, and Puerto Rico.
We are looking at other potential launch locations.
The year before, Musk had spent $12,000 in campaign contributions and hired a lobbyist to court local politicians. SpaceX spent a total of $219,000 on gifts, trips to SpaceX headquarters in California, and even a Lakers game. Texas is a billionaire-friendly state. They have no corporate tax or state income tax. But SpaceX wanted more, and Governor Rick Perry and the state officials were eager to win this bid. In exchange, Musk promised millions in growth.
Our competition for this in Texas is very serious.
When we first met with Elon, he explained the project to us. And then he asked us, do you know why I'm doing this? And he kind of, backs away from the table and looks at us and says, humanity can no longer sustain itself on this planet, so I'm gonna help with that by colonizing Mars. So at that moment in time, number one, I thought, I'm fired. How am I gonna go back to the poorest community in the United States and tell my leadership, hey, let's use our hard-earned tax dollars to incentivize and recruit a company to our community. And the reason that they're doing this is because they're gonna save humanity by colonizing Mars. It was just so out there.
Gilberto Salinas co-founded the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation, an organization that allocates city taxes to attract businesses.
People laughed at us, but we're like, if we're able to align everything, it might be just that deal of the century.
Salinas' organization chipped in $5 million in incentives, and the state approved an additional $15 million, as well as a 10-year waiver on county taxes. 10 years later, in 2024, SpaceX released a report claiming they had invested $3.5 billion in infrastructure and created 3,400 new jobs. To Salinas, Musk had kept his promise.
I think any business person will say, you invest $5 million and 10 years down the road, those $5 million are going to turn into $3+ billion. Yeah, I would do that deal any day.
In 2014, SpaceX broke ground.
The future of South Texas takes off right behind me. This was the frontier at one time, and it's the frontier again.
Musk is really good at getting government subsidies. In the last few decades, he's gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from federal grants, tax incentives, and state contracts for his companies Tesla and SolarCity. SpaceX was near bankruptcy, and Musk was deep in debt when NASA gave the company a massive handout in 2008.
NASA called and told us that we'd won a $1.5 billion contract. And I couldn't even hold the phone. It's like, I just blurted out, I love you guys.
They saved you.
Yeah, they did.
Financially and maybe even emotionally.
I'll tell you what, that was definitely helpful. Yeah.
But do those subsidies really pay off for towns like Brownsville?
We are a low-income community. We're primarily brown and indigenous. We have a very unique and beautiful community.
Becca Hanosa is a local environmentalist and activist who has been fighting SpaceX for years.
Our people here, we do need jobs. Most of us are in survival mode, and we're in survival mode because we've been exploited so many times by so many different industries, and now SpaceX is part of that.
Musk has a reputation for forcing high speeds on his workers and lacks safety standards at his work sites. Reuters reported in 2023 that there had been 600 injuries at SpaceX locations since 2014. One worker has been in a coma after an on-site accident for 3 years. Another lost vision in one of his eyes after being struck while moving a beam.
Ya no miré yo nada completamente, entonces yo le gritaba a mi amigo, perdí mi ojo.
Musk's worksite in Boca Chica has an accident rate 6 times higher than anywhere in the space industry.
Lo que yo miré, he visto yo allí en ese trabajo del SpaceX, no hay suficiente seguridad. Ahí no hay.
Besides the $5 million Brownsville gifted to SpaceX when they first arrived, the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation has since spent another $1 million to attract space-related startups. Hanosa says it reminds her of a different time in South Texas's past. About 100 years ago, when rich landowners and politicians in the lower Rio Grande Valley tried to lure white settlers to the region to farm. The lower valley was majority Tejano, Mexican Americans who had lived there before Texas was even a state, and it still is today.
They advertised our low-income people as cheap workforce and cheap land, come here and exploit.
Since Musk's arrival, the launching site and the SpaceX campus have grown, much faster than Hanosa and the Medranos ever imagined.
Never did we think that they would be taking over the entire area. It was just Elon Musk is going to come in, he's going to build a little pad, he's going to have a launch, and that's it. But now it's totally different than what was explained.
The thing that bothers the Medranos the most is that they can rarely go to Boca Chica Beach, a beach the state of Texas and the city of Brownsville promised the public would be able to visit. The Texas state constitution guarantees access to all public beaches, but in 2013, the state amended the Texas Open Beaches Act to carve out space activity. Now the state is free to close the beach anytime SpaceX wants to launch a rocket, and it turns out that's a lot.
They'll send a text and they'll say Boca Chica Beach is now closed. And if we're planning to go out there, that's it. Unpack everything. And then 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, I'll get another text. Boca Chica Beach is now open. Well, who's going to go out there at 10 o'clock at night?
You're on their time. You're on SpaceX time.
Local people call Boca Chica Beach the poor people's beach because this is where people come to fish. We come to the beach with our families because it was free and open to the public. And SpaceX is changing all of that rapidly.
Boca Chica Beach is not only a popular spot for fishing and swimming, it's also a complex ecosystem, one of the most biologically diverse in North America, and home to endangered and protected species, including the ocelot, sea turtles, and the piping plover.
SpaceX is trampling over this entire site, singeing the wildlife, burning down part of the wildlife refuge. This region, most of the native habitat has been destroyed because of real estate development, industrialization, farming. We only have 3% left, and that 3% is being destroyed by SpaceX.
Hanosa co-founded the Texas Environmental Justice Center, and along with other national and local environmental organizations, is suing the FAA and SpaceX for violation of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. In order to build on the site, Musk had to do a thorough environmental impact statement, or EIS, under the National Environmental Protection Act. These reports are really comprehensive. They include impacts to air quality, carbon emissions, water usage, wildlife protection, as well as cultural and economic impacts. Initially, SpaceX got approval to launch the Falcon 9, a reliable and after years of testing, safe rocket that takes cargo into lower orbit. But in 2018, SpaceX announced they would be launching the Starship Super Heavy, a rocket 20% larger than the Falcon 9 with 10 times the thrust. In a press conference, Musk said they would be testing their new rocket in Texas instead of the Kennedy Center in Florida because
we've got a lot of land with nobody around, and so if it blows up, it's cool. If it blows up, it's cool.
This is a perfect example of a time the FAA should have conducted a second EIS, but instead did a simplified environmental assessment, or EA. Officials concluded that there would be no significant impact of launching this much larger rocket from Boca Chica Beach. That same year, before a single rocket took flight, SpaceX started a fire during an engine test that engulfed 68 acres of brushland in flames and burned through the night. In spite of this, the first launch of Starship was scheduled for April 20th, 2023, aka Weed Day. Here's how the launch was supposed to go. Starship was meant to orbit the Earth, with the booster landing in the Gulf of Mexico and the spaceship re-entering the atmosphere and landing in the Pacific Ocean. Instead, the launch pad exploded, sending debris across Boca Chica Beach and scorching more than 3 acres of land. A dust cloud poured over the nearby Port Isabel. Buildings shook, a window shattered.
Holy crap! Rocket is launching. See it on the ladder. It's like a soot.
Big old layer cake of it. And they're trying to tell us it's sand.
SpaceX hadn't installed flame diverters, or a simple and very necessary water deluge system, sending shards of concrete and rebar all across the beach. The spaceship also failed to separate from the booster.
The entire Starship stack continuing to rotate. We should have had separation by now.
And spiraled in orbit before exploding and landing into the Gulf of Mexico. Elon looked disappointed, but SpaceX assured viewers it was a success.
You never know exactly what's going to happen, but as we promised, excitement is guaranteed.
What Elon Musk and what SpaceX tells people is that we are so efficient, we have to develop our rockets by just testing them in the real world. We're not going to use as many computer models to make sure that everything's perfect. And if it blows up, then we're going to get even more data. It's actually good if it blows up.
Eric Roche is an environmental engineer who writes about SpaceX at his blog ESG Hound.
Those failures have externalities. Every time you launch a rocket, there's a sound wave, there's pollution, you are disrupting people's way of life.
Roche documented the damage after that first launch. Burned nests and eggs, dust and chunks of concrete, and scraps of metal on the beach.
NASA launches mostly from Kennedy Space Center, which is thousands of acres that was allocated by Congress. And so it has a buffer built in. Whereas SpaceX's launch site in Boca Chica is a tiny little spot of land, and it's surrounded by land that they don't own. It's very close to populated areas. And so those externalities are going to be magnified just by orders of magnitude.
The Kennedy Space Center was built using eminent domain, approved by Congress in 1964. But Musk hasn't gone through that same process. He's just slowly expanding the scale and scope of his operation. Roche says it's eminent domain by fiat.
I have never experienced an earthquake until SpaceX. The earthquake that I experienced in my apartment, which is over 20 miles away, is an earthquake caused by a billionaire.
Before Musk could launch again, the FAA ground the Starship and launched an investigation, conducted by SpaceX, but overseen by the FAA. They found 63 things that needed to be changed before the Starship could launch again. Musk and his fans goaded officials on Twitter, which Musk owns and has renamed X.com. The investigation closed in September, and the second launch was in November 2023. It was another failure.
The Super Heavy booster has just experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
But in 2024, during Starship's fifth flight, the reusable booster separated and returned to the launch tower, which was a major accomplishment for SpaceX. However, not a single one of the launches has successfully gotten cargo into orbit. Musk continued to publicly beef with the FAA, and in September 2024, the FAA charged SpaceX $633,000 for safety violations at its Cape Canaveral station. Musk threatened to sue in return, but never did. As the 2024 election approached, he became increasingly vocal that a Trump victory would free SpaceX from unnecessary regulations.
I feel more optimistic about it with a Trump White House. The biggest impediment to progress that we're experiencing is overregulation. The bureaucracy in the U.S. has been growing every year.
And after Trump took office, the head of the FAA, Michael Whitaker, stepped down after serving only 15 months of his 5-year tenure. Musk had told him to resign on Twitter just a few months before. We went to Texas in January 2025, just as SpaceX was gearing up for their 7th launch of the Starship. Before every launch, people come from all over the country to tailgate, talk rockets, and perform light shows with their Cybertrucks.
The idea of colonizing the moon and going to Mars is also just really inspiring.
And it's inevitable. I think the Earth is not infinite in its resources, so we got to start looking elsewhere.
That same week, the FAA was hosting a public forum to talk about SpaceX, increasing the number of launches a year from 5 to 25. Both Madranos and Becca Hinosa were there.
An EA is a concise document used to describe the anticipated environmental impacts.
Residents were able to talk to SpaceX representatives and make comments to a court reporter. They asked about damages to their foundations and windows. They wanted to know how 25 launches a year would impact the fisheries and the wildlife.
The information that they're giving us is based on the 5.
Yeah.
Not on the
2022.
But that's also assuming that the climate is going to stay the same.
The window.
It takes about 3 seconds. It can be shaking it, but it's not expected to cause any serious damage to the houses.
25 makes me laugh, I mean, they had a hard time just with 5 or 6 and keeping all the debris that fall in the Gulf or fall in the bay or fall wherever it falls.
The FAA told us there wasn't a significant impact. We know that's not true. And what it looks like is the FAA, once again, just making steps to give SpaceX whatever license they want.
The FAA still hasn't announced whether or not SpaceX will be allowed to launch 25 times a year. The 7th launch was late, a week late. So the beach was closed on Friday, and then Saturday, Wednesday, and Thursday, when the rocket finally launched. It ended with an explosion over Turks and Caicos.
The vehicle just exploded. The stunning aftermath could be seen by passengers on a plane. The same flight to Miami was rerouted to avoid the debris. Other flights were also diverted.
The FAA ground SpaceX again. In December 2024, SpaceX made another surprise announcement. They would apply to incorporate the town of Starbase. For Starbase to become a town, they'll need 201 residents and a majority vote. Luckily for the future town of Starbase, the vast majority of residents in Boca Chica Village are now SpaceX employees that rent from their boss. As SpaceX was developing the Starship, they were also buying up houses in a tiny unincorporated resort town just a few miles from Boca Chica Beach. Boca Chica Village had just 38 houses, mostly occupied by part-time residents that winter in Texas. In 2019, SpaceX offered to buy out all of the residents, saying that with new FAA safety regulations, it wasn't safe for people to stay in the village.
This letter that SpaceX sent out is more of a bully attack, a hostile takeover.
But at the same time, SpaceX was moving their
Okay, whatever.
employees into town and expanding. Soon there were Airstream trailers lining the block, and a new name for the street that was once called Weem Street, Meme Street. If incorporated, Starbase could fund its own utilities, infrastructure, or security forces, and it could create its own local ordinances. It would no longer be a part of Brownsville.
It's one thing to come and try to work hand in hand with the community that's here, but it's another thing to absolutely, and I see this, the actual takeover of everything.
SpaceX has already proven to be a bad neighbor, and that's why most of us don't want it anymore.
You're going to see Elon Musk a lot in the news these days for his role in dismantling key parts of our federal government. But the real purpose of Doge isn't efficiency, it's deregulation. Musk has shown he wants no oversight for himself or other billionaires like him. The story of Boca Chica is crucial to understanding Musk's playbook for seizing public resources and justifying his campaign as part of a grand vision for humanity, whether that's landing on Mars or creating a more efficient government, a revolution for the people, as he's called it.
I wonder, like, in 10 years, when he's done with whatever he's going to be doing, what's going to happen to this area? Who's going to pick up all this mess? Who's going to clean it up?
Thanks for watching The Classroom for more Perfect Union. We cover the small and large ways that the
Video could have been harsher. He's the yep. Pedo yep. I'm gonna go to the pillars. Oh, flicker strike. I don't know what to do with this, but something. Something indeed. Oh shit. Wait, why is my character getting renamed again? Who's doing this shit, bro? I feel like there's like a chat moderator who's like very fucking politically right wing and right, not right wing. I wouldn't call that shit. Yeah, how's my account locked? Okay. Yeah. So how do I? Yeah. Okay. Oh, they both got the same treatment. Wow. I guess I'll have to pick a new name. What do I pick? This is what my new username. Holy shit! 23 hours mute. Yeah, okay, there's a chatter. There's definitely a moderator who's like very politically biased. Don't. I'm not gonna provide proof. It's my hunch. That's the best proof there is. Which wouldn't really be surprising, although I don't know. Yeah, like an ARPG chat moderator. Who would they hire for that shit? Seriously, who the fuck would they hire for that? Not chat moderator, but ARPG social stuff moderator? I don't know. hate this game. I'm not gonna play it anymore. Diala. Is this the cockroach chick? Yeah, it's the cockroach chick. You're not a cockroach. Okay. It's a map device or something. Something here. What the fuck is there in the catacombs? What is this? Go back dexterity, please. Oh shit. I don't have enough strength. Apparently. Even if I remove this, it's like, yeah. Int? Are you fucking kidding me? What am I supposed to do now? I guess I'm gonna need a new ring, right?
What's going on?
Sorry. So asleep.
Need something? Be careful.
The Gemling Queen, you tread carefully.
Need something?
Shit, I'm okay, let's try this.
See you.
It's probably in the stash. Oh, that's not good. Guess this could fix it, right? No? Oh, I still need int.
What is it? Yes? Bye.
Let's see. Where we can tab. Unique items. Oh, I can't whisper because. Okay, fuck this game then.